Let the house please be in order. Please stand this morning as we are led in prayer by the gentlelady from Hines, Representative Summers, and remain standing for the pledge. Lady from Hines.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the House. Would you please join me in prayer? Lord, thank you so much for all the many blessings that you bestow on us each and every day. God, you are a big God, and just like the rain, your grace and your mercies are new every day. We know how big you are. We know that you can do big things. We've done a lot of hard work this session, God, and we thank our leadership for having the political will and courage to get a lot of the stuff done. And Lord, we may have some feelings of frustration. We may have some feelings of aggravation, God, but we want you to temper those feelings right now, God, because we remain optimistic, and we know that if we have the faith and believe in you, you will make it happen, God. A lot of people did not wake up this morning, God, but we thank you so much for another opportunity to get it right. Lord, thank you so much. Thank you for our families. Thank you for the officers in blue. Thank you for everyone that protects us and makes sure that we are safe. God, continue to be with us, go before us, and thank you for your Holy Spirit. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Salute, pledge.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Close the machine, Madam Clerk.
There's a quorum present, Mr. Speaker.
We will have the reading of the journal. Gentleman from Rankin, Representative Powell, moves we dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor say aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it. Report of select committees.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
Report of standing committees.
We have reports on the calendar, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of bills and constitutional amendments. Gentleman from Marion, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading of the introductions.
Is there objection to this? Hearing none, Mr. Clerk, we will follow that procedure. Resolutions, petitions, memorials, and other papers.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of guests and visitors. I see no one seeking recognition. We're glad we have a few folks in the North Gallery today visiting with us, and we're glad y'all are here, seeing your state government at work. Good to have y'all. Thank you two guys for keeping us straight down there on that end as well. All right, we will go to the calendar. Some of you chairmen have conference reports filed. I see 27 new reports got filed last night. Anybody wish to take one up? Gentleman from Covington, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Go to item number 37, House Bill 1406, and call for the conference report.
Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain the report.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the absentee voting bill. I'm going to go through, kind of explain the changes, and most of this we've passed before. You know, there's two ways of voting absentee. One is in the circuit clerk's office. One is by mail. Those voting by mail, the procedure will not change. Those voting in the circuit clerk's office, we're going to simplify that procedure a little bit. Under current law, you fill out an affidavit that states what your excuse is for voting absentee. And then there's an envelope that has a certificate on the envelope that you fill out and you sign across the flap of the envelope. we're going to combine those two to where the affidavit is on one side of the envelope and then the certificate is on the other side of the envelope. And the reason for that is that under current law, a vote can be rejected if there is a signature mismatch. So if the signature on the affidavit does not match the signature across the flap on the envelope. Well, if you're voting in the circuit clerk's office in person, there's no reason to deny those votes based on a signature mismatch. So that's being taken out and everything will go on the envelope, okay? That is one change. We also, as far as mail ballots, those all will have to be received by the clerk's office by 7 p.m. on election night, but they can be received, under current law, they have to be received by U.S. mail, but we're adding common carrier to that so they can be received by FedEx or UPS if you want to do that. And then we're also adding an excuse for those who may be working on call on election day, so you don't know whether you're going to be working or not, but you may be working. And then also there's a loophole that needs to be fixed, I think for legal reasons, about people who may be incarcerated in the county where they reside. Okay, so we're adding that. People who are incarcerated have already been able to vote absentee on another excuse, but not if they're in the county where they reside, okay, where they're registered to vote. And that's what we're changing. That's what the conference report does, and I'll yield for any questions.
Questions on the report? Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Hullum.
Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, excuse me, on that last statement, the people that's incarcerated in the county jails, they was able to vote by absentee as long as they are registered to vote. But this past election, they made it where those people incarcerated couldn't vote. And they told them that if they do vote, they will get additional charges brought against them as far as voter fraud. So is this clearing that up, or this is cementing that process that we just went through?
Who is they? You said they told them that.
The people at the county jail.
In Harrison County?
Yes, in Harrison County. They would not allow them to vote this year.
I can't speak to what those specific people were thinking at that time, but there is a reason, an excuse for voting absentee is I'm out of the county on the day of the election. Well, that includes people who are incarcerated in any other county than where they live, right? We're adding, I am incarcerated in the county where I reside. Okay, so we're clearing that up. I don't think it shouldn't be an issue anyway, but just for clarification, we're adding that.
All right, thank you. Great bill.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Warren, Mr. Denton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, will you yield?
Yes, sir.
I just need some clarification. On the mail-in part, did you say that the circuit clerk, they have to receive it by 7 p.m.? Was it?
On election night. That's
on the
right.
Election
so when
night.
the polls,
I mean,
which will be the polls closing in
so
person.
Somebody needs to, so it's not postmarked. It's not postmarked. They must have it in their hand.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, you.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, tell me, does this bill contain any of the ballot harvesting language that we had in the other bills?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Move adoption.
He moves adoption of the report. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 118 yeas, 0 nays, the report's adopted. Chairman Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item 42, House Bill 1542, I'd like to call it up.
You're recognized to explain the report, gentlemen.
I'd like to move to recommit this conference report, Mr. Speaker.
All right, gentlemen's motion on House Bill 1542 is to recommit. If you favor the gentleman's motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Gentleman from Grenada, Chairman Judd B.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up item number 2, I believe, on the in conference. Let me make sure that's right. Yes, item number 2, House Bill 295.
You're recognized to explain the report.
Thank you. This basically, we conferred on this search warrant, application for search warrants and arrest warrants online. We added the provision in there that no-knock warrants would not apply, couldn't get no-knock warrants. That was a Senate position, and that did no significant violence to the report, and everything else basically was the House position. That's the explanation of the report.
Questions on the report? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves adoption. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 112 yeas, 0 nays, the report is adopted. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Go to item number 8, House Bill 438, and call it up to explain the conference report.
You're recognized to explain the report.
Thank you. We adopted the following language that is not significantly different than the House position, but there are some things that the body needs to be notified about. The first thing is we lowered the fine back down to $1,000. The original existing law beginning at $1,000 and $2,500, and then we eliminated the requirement that the magistrate make a judicial finding before they determined whether or not they were going to impose a sentence of incarceration for the shoplifting. And the third thing we did was basically took a little bit of the RICO language, what I call RICO language is called acting in concert language, and allowed for the prosecution to commence against those individuals that shoplifted and where one individual was captured or arrested and others were not. The individual captured is responsible for any and all items, the stated price for those items that were taken by either indicted or unindicted co-conspirators. That's the explanation of the report.
Questions on the report? Lady from Hines, Ms. Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Gentlemen, the last section of the conference report, which is section 10, I think
Yes,
you
ma'am.
were just talking about that. Are you concerned about this particular language? Because it sounds like that if you are said to have told somebody to go and shoplift, you too would be penalized and convicted of grand larceny for telling somebody to do something?
Well, that's acting in concert. That's existing law right now. You can do that under the existing law.
For shoplifting?
Sure. Any crime.
For any crime?
Any crime.
So
all this provision does is says if you have, let me give you an example. If 3 individuals go into a store and they all 3 shoplift, act in concert, and you capture one individual, you arrest one individual, and the amount of stated value of the items taken by all 3 individuals, basically similar to what we have in embezzlement cases now, would be attributable to all defendants. Does that make sense to you?
That makes sense, but what if the...
three of my children shoplifted, and they caught one of them, and he only had $28 worth of stuff, but if one of my children picked up $1,000 worth of stuff and they weren't arrested or captured, the individual that's arrested is responsible for the total amount of all items shoplifted.
But what if one of the 3 children didn't know that your son was bad?
Do what now? That's subject to proof, lady. That's subject to proof. If they enter the store together, they can prove that they arrived together and they were acting in concert. You know, that's up to the prosecutor to establish that particular fact scenario. It's not going to be it's going to be difficult to prosecute under this provision, but it needs to be an option where in retail areas in the state, all over the state actually, where individuals are going in, 5 and 6 folks that are doing shoplifting, basically acting in concert, taking multiple items out. When you have limited clerks in the store, you're having problems employing people, don't have security. They make take $3,000 or $4,000 worth of stuff all at one time, and they only capture one individual with $300 worth of stuff on them. It allows them to prosecute, and it's a tool for investigators to basically go forward with their investigation, determine who those other individuals were. That's what it's designed to do.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
No problem.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 89 yeas, 15 nays, the report is adopted. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Indulge me for just a minute, Mr. Speaker. I'm looking for another report. Calendar.
Here's 23 and 28.
Call up item number 28, House Bill 1208, and
You're recognized to explain a report.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move to recommit that bill. They got one paragraph that needs to be corrected in that bill.
You want to recommit this bill, gentlemen, 1208? Gentleman's motion is to recommit the conference report on House Bill 1208. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Call up item number 23, House Bill 1088.
You're recognized to explain the report.
We'll recognize the gentleman from Jackson, Greene County, I'm sorry. They're all the same to me down there, to explain the conference report.
Gentleman from Greene, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 1088, it allows circuit courts to assist individuals with mental health concerns, allows them to go through the commitment process similarly as they would go through the Chancery Court proceeding. Chancery Court currently can't do that if somebody has a pending felony charge. There was a reverse repealer in this, and there's also a section, if you look over to Section 8, that allows the circuit court to place someone on intervention court or intensive supervision once they're released on post-release supervision within a 3-year period of them being originally sentenced. I'll yield for any questions.
Questions on the report? I don't see any, gentlemen.
I move for adoption.
He moves adoption. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 117 yeas, 0 nays, the report's adopted. Anything further, Mr. Chairman?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman of Ways and Means.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If we could go back to the in-conference Ways and Means calendar. Item 1, House Bill 776, and I would ask that we recognize the gentleman from Jackson to handle the conference report.
Gentleman from Jackson is recognized to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House. House Bill 776 was originally just code sections that we kept alive. We ended up with the following language beginning on line 49, and it will allow cities that have voted to come out from under prohibition to pass ordinances and zoning regulations concerning retailer liquor stores.
Questions on the report? Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Haney.
Gentleman Yield?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that again?
Yes, this will allow cities to pass zoning regulations and ordinances concerning retail package stores.
Thank you.
Sure.
So is that?
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Final passage.
He moves adoption. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 111 yeas, 3 nays, the report is adopted. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
We'd go to item 3, House Bill 1003, and I'll explain that report.
You're recognized to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is this is dealing with homestead exemptions. We tried to last year change that. We actually did change the law last year where veterans who already have homestead exemption don't pay any property taxes on their homestead could take that exemption during the middle of the year in which they buy the house. And we had a lot of problems over the year with the tax assessors and trying to make that work. So this bill returns to the original language. It just says they still have the exemption, but it does not start until January 1 of the year after they buy the house. That's an explanation of the report.
Questions on the report? I don't see any, gentlemen.
I'd move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 119 yeas, 0 nays, the report's adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item 4, that's 1354. We'd move to recommit.
Gentleman's motion on item 4, House Bill 1354. His motion is to recommit. If you favor the gentleman's motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Next item we will take up as 7 and move to recommit. Whoa. I'm sorry. That's item 6, 1473. Move to recommit.
We'll go to item 6 on Ways and Means calendar. House Bill 1473. Gentleman's motion is to recommit that report. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The next one we take up is item 7, House Bill 1589, and I'll explain the report.
You're recognized to explain that report.
This is the language that we've worked on this session that deals with our scrappers. The revises certain provisions regarding the discharge of motor vehicle liens and scrapping. We have been working on this for several years, and the parties have come to an agreement of how to do that. There will be a new registry at the Department of Revenue whereby the notes will be registered at DOR for loans on automobiles. And scrappers will have to check that before they scrap a car. And that's what basically the compromise language. We've worked with DOR, we've worked with finance companies, and the steel industry as well. And that's an explanation of the report.
Questions on the report? I don't see any, gentlemen.
I'd move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. I vote 118 yeas, 0 nays. The report's adopted. Next item.
Item 12 is where we would go next. House Bill 1764.
You're recognized to explain a report.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the compromise dealing with the two different taxes that are paid in the oil field industry. There was a lot of confusion with people, the businesses that are in that industry, whether they would pay the 7% sales tax or the 3.5% contractor's tax, depending on what type of work was being done. And as a result of that, to eliminate the confusion, there was an agreement to change both taxes to a one rate of 4.5%, no matter what's being done. And that's an explanation of the report.
Questions on the report? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 119 yeas, 0 nays, the report's adopted. Next item.
Next item is 13, House Bill 1983. I'd move to recommit.
Gentleman's motion on House Bill 1983 is to recommit the conference report. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Next item is 14, House Bill 1988. I'd move to recommit.
Gentleman's motion on item 14, House Bill 1988, the conference report. His motion is to recommit. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
The next item we would take up is 17, Senate Bill 2493. I'd move to recommit.
Gentleman's motion on item 17, Senate Bill 2493. Recommit of the conference report. If you favor the gentleman's motion to recommit, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
The next item we would take up is 21, Senate Bill 3070. I'd move to recommit.
Gentleman's motion on Senate Bill 3070, the conference report. His motion is to recommit. If you favor that motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
That's all, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
All right, does any chairman have any other item they wish to take up of reports that have been filed? Gentleman from Union, Chairman of Public Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the general rules calendar, item 4, House Bill 315.
On the in-conference general bills calendar, item 4, it's on page 5, House Bill 315. You're recognized to explain a report.
This is the bill where we modernize the code, where we replace mentally retarded with intellectual disability. And really the only change was, instead of making it effective July 1, it's effective as a passage. And there was one section was part of a compact where we didn't feel like we could actually make that change legally, so it stayed with the original language. Those are the only two changes.
Questions on the report? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Adoption.
He moves adoption. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 118 yeas, 0 nays, the report is adopted. Any other chairman? Chairman of State Affairs, gentleman from Jackson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, would like to go to item number 3, House Bill 297.
You're recognized to explain the report, gentlemen.
Members of the House, that was originally just code sections. Pursuant to the recommendation of DFA, we have created language that would create a preferred vendor list for debris removal after natural disasters. And secondly, if you recall, I think it was last year or the year before, we excluded the purchase of certain items from China and other countries. We excluded in this bill the purchase of drones from China because we have already bought drones from China. We have those in the inventory, and we need to purchase a couple of more to make sure that we have the ability to repair the ones that we have. So what we did was we made that exclusion, we put that exclusion in, and anything, the exclusion would apply after January of 2025. So we can buy the parts and the drones from China now, but it would stop after January of 2025 so that we have the necessary ability to repair the drones that we have now.
Questions on the report? Gentleman from Lawrence, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, you.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, I'm a little bit confused this morning. Could you lead me to the alcohol provision in this bill?
Yeah. Gentlemen, for the first time, there is no alcohol provision that I'm explaining in this bill.
Well, I knew I scanned it. I didn't see it. I was just confused. Thank you.
I understand. Me too sometimes, gentlemen.
Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
On this creation of a preferred vendor list by DFA,
yes.
How does that impact our counties? Or is this preferred list that they're going to create just for the state oversight?
For the state, overall state, yes, ma'am.
Okay, now, how does that, when our counties work with MEMA, will they have to deal with a preferred list from DFA?
They would, and the goal, lady, is to make it more efficient and less time consuming to start the process of removing debris. We'll have that process in place. We'll have that vendor list, and we'll be able to go immediately to it once something happens.
Okay, will the supervisors have any say-so in who goes on this list? Because really, gentlemen, would you not agree we're taking away home rule here? Because we're saying that we're going to get the state to create a preferred list for vendors to remove debris whenever we have any kind of disaster. And then the counties cannot use some of the people maybe they've been using all along, or they may have some sort of rotation like they do on towing. I mean, I don't know, but don't you think this might be an overreach of the state to say that we're going to tell counties that we're going to create a list that they got to go by?
Lady, if I remember correctly, I believe it's discretionary. The counties and the cities, at their discretion, can use it.
Is that in this language?
Yeah, that's correct, lady. It's discretionary.
Can you tell, where is it in the bill that it says they have discretion?
993.
Okay, we're going to read it.
Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yield.
Yes, sir.
I have some of the similar concerns that the gentlelady from Jones had. Normally, after some type of damage, it's local people who provide the first response to helping clean up those communities. What if I'm a local provider? I got a backhoe, a couple of dump trucks. I have no desire to be in debris removal business all over the state, but my local community needs me. How do I factor into being able and being allowed to participate and receive compensation?
Gentlemen, just like I told the lady from Jones, being able to use this preferred list is discretionary. If the cities or counties don't want to use it, they don't have to.
Okay, so now here's my second concern.
Sure.
There are disaster jumpers all over this country. They find out that a disaster is coming. They come in. They have all the equipment and all this stuff, and they end up seizing all the opportunities for people to make some compensation off of this stuff. And how would they get on that list, and would those vendors have preferred treatment over local vendors? What does the bill say to that?
They would not. Again, just the use of this preferred vendor list is at the sole discretion. So the cities and the counties they can go through the process that they have now to choose the contractors that they want for the debris removal. So it's complete.
So, and I understand that.
Okay.
Would you not agree with me if a hailstorm comes through and this comes by this Capitol and everybody's car gets damaged? Your insurance company would determine which vendor you go to get your car fixed. Is that not a preferred vendors list?
Gentlemen, with that specific hypothetical, they may try to get you to go to their preferred vendor, but that's not what the law is.
Okay, so, but a lot of time the insurance companies say, we have a preferred vendor we'd like you to use. We want you to use Joe Smith over here at Tam Down Tree Service, who's out of Alabama. How do we know that preferred vendor list and the people who send you to will not direct business out of our state away from our
But
local
gentlemen,
folks?
that's the private sector. That's not involving a city or a county. But again, they may try to do that, but that's contrary to what the law is. That private homeowner or car owner can take the car to whoever, repair shop or vendor they want to.
So, if an insurance company is responsible for paying a claim after a disaster, and they have a vendor that they want you to use, under this law, do you have to use it or do not have to use it?
No, they cannot mandate, the private sector, the insurance company cannot mandate that the homeowner go to a specific vendor.
Okay.
So all this is a tool.
Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Bailey.
You in Washington County.
Gentleman from Holmes, Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the Chairman Year.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, the lady from Scott, her line of question, and the gentleman from Washington, I see the language where the Board of Supervisors can opt out. Now, it goes on to say that if they choose to opt out, they're responsible for full payment. So I guess what I'm trying to find out, walk me down that road of a board that choose to go with the preferred vendor and one that choose not to go with the preferred vendor. Is there any added liability, added expense, or anything more that board would have to do in order to exercise their independence and hire who they
Gentlemen, if I'm correct, that's not the intent. There would be no additional legal requirement or less compensation due back to the county or the supervisor. The county or the city if they use this preferred vendor list.
Okay, and what gives me heartburn is line 951, where it says, at the time of opt-in, the county or municipality shall assume responsibility for payment in full to the contractor for disaster-related solid waste collection and everything. So,
yeah, that's current law, gentlemen. We haven't changed that. But there will be no less payment coming back to the county or the city just because they have their own vendor list. That doesn't change.
Okay.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Just stayed on, never went on.
Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, I just want to be sure now. We say that the Department of Finance and Administration will create a preferred list. Is it anywhere in this language, in this bill that says DFA shall resume all responsibility Is it anywhere that says that for DFA?
No, gentlemen, they're just coming up, lady, they're just coming up with the preferred list for the vendors.
Okay, so I guess my question to you is then, why would we say to counties? Because it seems to me, you know, sometimes a little glitch, some little something can happen, and then they can take corrective action, and then the county can be reimbursed. But does this say to me that, to you, that they shall assume responsibility for payment in full to the contractor, and it shall be, and nothing in this paragraph that keeps them from opting out, but there's nothing in this paragraph that says DFA is held to the same.
Lady, I'm not looking at that line specifically, but if I remember correctly, that's current law. That should not be, that's not underlined. That's the way the law is. Just because the county or the city would choose to go with their vendor list, the reimbursement rate back to the city or county is not going to be less than if they went to the DFA preferred vendor list.
And there would be no backlash from DFA.
That's not
DFA
the intent.
not going to threaten them and say, we're going to audit, we're going to send Shad, we're going to...
No, lady.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Gentleman from Washington requests to speak on the bill.
You see, he wanted to know because he know that's what they're going to do.
Well, all of you that got a heartburn, I got something for you. I think it's a good bill. Let me tell you why. Because when you get a disaster situation, when you're dealing with vendors, a county cannot go in and hire a vendor if that vendor is not insurable, if that vendor can't get insurance or workman's compensation or bonding. So with the preferred list, what has to happen is that all that stuff is that stuff takes place and it's out of the way, so that the county will have available to it, and it's a discretionary, but the county will have available to it a list of preferred vendor, because you got to move real quick. Now you may want to use a local contractor, and by the way, all of the people that who is going to perform this work, they must have contract. You may want to use a local contractor, but that contractor can't get bonded. So what do? People are suffering. So this is really a good bill. So don't mess with it. Let it pass. It ain't hurting nothing. It doesn't change the law much, but it's giving us an opportunity in those areas that we've had disasters where they can go and make a decision and get a rapid response. There's nothing wrong with the bill. I think it's good. The other thing too, under federal procurement law, there are certain things that have to happen with federal procurement law that local people cannot even deal with, cannot regulate, cannot comply with. So that's why the preferred vendor thing will help you clear all that up, so you don't have that kind of confusion going on and that inability and ineptness at the time when you really need some ready action. So the bill is a good bill, so let the bill pass, okay? Thank you.
All right, I recognize the chairman to close.
I could not have explained it any better, Mr. Speaker.
You move.
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 114 yeas, 1 nay, the report is adopted. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, that next item would be item 35, House Bill 1357, and we move to recommit.
Item 35, House Bill 1357. Gentleman's motion is to recommit the conference report. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further, Mr. Chairman?
One last item, Mr. Speaker. Item number 41, House Bill 1487.
You're recognized to explain the report.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's the bill concerning the expansion of the CCID. We did not change the boundaries. We did change the effective date to July 1st of 2025.
Questions on the report? Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Crudup.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yield.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, I guess my concern is I've come to you and the Speaker and a few other folks about this bill, and just want to know that we're expanding it north, but we're not expanding it west and south. And I've been told some other explanations why that can't be done. Why can't we go a little bit further south or west?
Gentlemen, this is an issue that's kind of in flux, and that may be something that we look at next year, possibly. Just get with me over the summer and the beginning of next session, and we'll definitely take a look at it.
Well, one of the reasons concerned about this...
gentlemen, I think I've even promised you that, and maybe come up with some concrete recommendations concerning the boundaries.
Well, and the reason I'm saying that, gentlemen, is I'm looking at a lot of the issues we talked about earlier with some of the tax incentives to deal with in the CCID, and I want to make sure that areas across the South and West are included with some of these tax incentives to help, economic development and blight issues.
Very good point, gentlemen.
And so, gentlemen, we're going to work on this?
Be happy to.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can you explain those boundaries and what they're increased to?
I can, gentlemen. I'll be happy to. It goes north from the existing northern boundary of North Side, east to the Pearl River, north to Old Canton, west to I-55.
So basically you're saying that half of the city of Jackson is in CCID?
I'm sorry, gentlemen, can you repeat?
You're saying half of the city of Jackson is in CCID without...
Gentlemen, I don't know if that would make it half, based on population or geographical location, or what are you... I don't think so, but I mean, I can't answer that question.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Lady from Hines, Ms. Butler, Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell me how was the revision of these boundaries? How did it begin? How did you decide which direction and how you were going to revise for CCID?
It had something to do with crime statistics and other. I'm not quite sure about all the issues, but it was something that came from the Department of Public Safety.
Okay, so we utilized the crime statistics, the current crime statistics with the city of Jackson with the revision of the new boundaries.
Among other considerations, but that was part of it.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Crudup, for further interrogation. You want to speak on the bill? All right, you're recognized. Now would be the time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I'm coming today because I just want to make sure that I just kind of express my opinions on this bill concerning the CCID expansion. And I know the author of the bill, I'm not mad at the person or anything like that. I know people are trying to take care of their own areas, and I think we all are trying to take care of our own areas. But every year we've been talking about expansion, it's always expanding north into areas that already have a lot of development. But every year, like last year when I said, hey, I want to come further south or further west, it's always, let's wait till next year, gentlemen. Let's wait till the following year. So my problem is, when are we going to stop waiting? We're going to do something now. I want to make sure that the people in South and West Jackson are taken care of just like the folks in North Jackson. We want economic development. We want other things. We want to help with police force and all those things. And so I want to make sure that we're taken care of too. And so I'm not here to fight against anybody. I just want to make sure that it's being known that as we go forward, we want to take care of all parts of Jackson, all residents of Jackson, not just certain parts of Jackson. I know there's a lot of people that stay in North Jackson when they kind of live here. And I know, like I said, we got our issues in the South and West, but we want some of those benefits too. And so I just want to make sure, as we go working through this process, that we include all parts of Jackson in this. Thank you.
Lady from Hines, Ms. Summers, for what purpose?
Point of inquiry, Mr. Speaker. Is it proper to ask for a motion to recommit?
You can speak to the motion.
I would like to make a motion to recommit this bill, this conference report.
You can come speak to the motion if you wish, or if
Okay,
you want
I
to
will.
make it from your desk.
I'll just make it from my desk.
All right?
Let's work together, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Ladies' motion is to recommit on House Bill 1487, the conference report. If you favor the lady's motion, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Noes have it. Noes have it. Insufficient number on the roll call.
Final passage, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Pike, Mr. Porter, for what purpose?
Question. I have a question. If
You're
the gentleman will
recognized.
yield.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, I'm just listening to the other line of questions and the gentleman from Hines' comments. So what's preventing you all from expanding the boundaries into these areas that they're mentioning?
Gentlemen, I don't think there's anything preventing us. I spent a half a day yesterday driving through South Jackson and West Jackson, and the potential of South Jackson and West Jackson is incredible. It's a very beautiful part of the city. And let's not forget, I want to remind the members of this body that we are helping South Jackson and West Jackson in other ways besides just the expansion of the CCID. And you have my commitment, gentlemen, that we will continue to assist those parts of the city in other ways besides just including them in the CCID.
And so the gentleman says he's come back year after year and he keeps getting pushed back year after year. And I imagine you will commit to this body today that you will actually do something about it next year.
Gentlemen, I haven't been a part of that process in the past, but going forward, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
Have you had a look at the complaints that the Capitol Police have accumulated during the year that they've been patrolling parts of Jackson? I've heard some atrocities and some bad reports about harassment to some degree, but have you taken a look at the complaints, shall we say, or the successes? Have you evaluated them, I guess what I'm trying to say, in the last year?
I have not, gentlemen.
Has anybody done so?
I'm sure the commissioner has.
Well, it seems to me that we should get a report on that, or we ought to have a report, particularly before we expand. And also the second question, about the expansion, are we expanding the force also, or just the territory?
That has not been decided. It would require additional law enforcement officers. We're not quite sure as to that number, but obviously if you're expanding it geographically, you're going to have additional officers, gentlemen.
Okay, now the first question, I would hope that you would some kind of way look at evaluating the success of the force, as well as look at some of the complaints that the citizens are registered.
Gentlemen, I think that would be part of the analysis to determine how many additional law enforcement officers you need.
Yeah, well, you said there hasn't been an analysis yet, so.
Well, as to the complaints.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman from Warren, Mr. Denton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, will you yield?
Yes, sir.
Why are you hesitating? This is going to be an easy question.
Why did you hesitate with your question?
Gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
I just want to ask you this. You referenced that you drove through Southwest and how it looks and it's beautiful and everything. And you also said that that we have done things to help Southwest Jackson or West Jackson. Can you name some of those things that we have done? And I'm saying we, I'm saying the state.
We have provided grants to different 501c3s specifically. That's the first one that comes to mind. And we're looking at some of the tax forfeited properties on how to make the demolition of those homes a little bit more efficient and less time consuming.
Okay. Gentlemen, I've known you for a little while. And you're an honorable person. So I'm going to take you at your word that you, since you said this is your first time, so I'm going to take you at your word that you will going to do better than everybody else has done to help West Jackson, South Jackson. So this time next year, we would have a better report that you will give us concerning these areas. Can I hold you to that, gentlemen?
Gentlemen, my hope and intent is to even have some hearings this summer, and I want you to be a part of that. I want you to be a part of those.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yield.
Yes, sir.
Quick question. Can you, you spoke about the demolition and you spoke about something else. Tell me about the economic development project that been in Southwest Hines County or Southwest Jackson. What economic development have we had since we're trying to do everything for Southwest Jackson?
Well, gentlemen, that would be a little bit out of my purview, but based on my little trip yesterday, I would think that the additional properties that the state has required, specifically Jackson State University, would be something that you can classify as an economic development that you can classify as a economic development project.
So Jackson State already is in the CCID. So it's been in there from inception. Come on. See, gentlemen, so here's why we're asking these questions. Y'all constantly come in here and try to justify doing stuff that is on a social and economic divide. It is constantly a social and economic divide of policies that we set here. And here you come again when a simple request was made to extend the boundaries so everybody can get a little taste. They weren't asking for the whole pie. They were asking for a taste of the pie. And you constantly say, we are not going to do it this year. Come back with me next year. And then you come back with the same statement year after year after year about economic development in areas that are socially and economically deprived. Now, I don't want to use the racial term, but when you pull back the onion, all the layers, it is either you want to keep people poor or you don't want to do nothing for black folk. Now, which one is it?
Well, gentlemen, I would...
now, I'm not saying you personally, but I'm talking about the policy that being set. Gentlemen. Man, this whole policy thing, when you pull up all the numbers and when you pull up all the demographics and you look at this state, projects are always sent to an area that look like white bread, and the areas that look like and need something that look like wheat bread never get anything. And then we have to constantly, are you aware that we constantly have to go meet with people and ask for the smallest of projects in the area that you stay at, that you live in, that you represent, Jim? Are you aware that your community college get more than two of the HBCUs in this state? The community college gets more money than the HBCUs do. And constantly, we have to go through this over and over again. What's wrong with putting 3-4 more miles inside of a bill to give an opportunity for economic development and growth? Is that a problem? Would you not agree that that's a problem?
Gentlemen, I would unequivocally and clearly disagree with your premise and your question. The request for projects, that process is the same for every one of these members: black, white, Hispanic, male, female. Secondly, gentlemen, I would remind you that one of the biggest economic development projects in the state of Mississippi is located in West Jackson, the Continental Tire Project. Thirdly, I would remind you, gentlemen, that the grant program... that the grant program and the money provided by this
That's
state
in Clinton, gentlemen. That ain't in Jackson. That's in Clinton.
To separate 501c3s and different other social private companies has been increased the last 2 or 3 years. So I understand your concern, but I would disagree with your premise.
Okay, you're allowed to disagree, and this ain't personal.
No, it's not personal at all.
But this is what I do want to make sure
yes,
it's clear. The numbers don't lie. Are you aware that the data is out there that the numbers do not lie? There's goo-gobs of data that's everything I just said is accurate. Goo-gobs of it. So when I tell you all we ask for is for a little consideration. The gentleman from Hines had a very simple request. Can you go 4-5 miles to Southwest? Who would that would have hurt? Wouldn't hurt nobody. Give the people opportunity to pick up by their own bootstraps and develop and he's already proven, him and the folk that he worked with are already proven. Would you not agree with me? They've already proven that they have the capabilities of turning a small community around. Why not honor them with that?
Yeah, gentlemen, I understand your concern, but the big picture, look, the expansion of the CCID is not the end all. It's not the final answer to everything. That's just a small part of the puzzle, and it's definitely something that we can look at for West Jackson County and South Jackson County. I mean, I keep saying Jackson County, but West Jackson and South Jackson as we move forward.
Lady from Hines, Ms. Butler, Washington.
Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
This is my question. Since we went on crime statistics within the city of Jackson for the expansion, are you aware if the commissioner met with the chief of the city of Jackson police to have those crime statistics? Since they've been working together within the CCID with Capitol Police.
I am not, lady, but I would think that's a good thing.
Okay, because when we talk about statistics and crime statistics, I think the area that we're expanding to hasn't had much of an increase in crime. They've had maybe one major incident that was broadband all over the state when the young man was kidnapped. But going west and South Jackson, as the gentleman spoke in regards to what the section looks like, and I don't know where you may have ridden to yesterday when you rode through West Jackson and South Jackson, but we do have a police presence, and I'm just concerned that did the Jackson Police Department chief or team meet with the commissioner in regards to the statistics for the expansion? Can you find out for me and let me know?
I'll be happy to, lady, but if I may, just a brief comment. Whenever I drove through West Jackson and South Jackson, you know, and maybe the expansion of the CCID is part of that overall solution. But we've got properties that need to be demolished. We've got old schools that need to be repaired and brought back to life. We got the zoo, which is an incredible asset that needs to be properly maintained. I mean, the potential, lady, the potential of West Jackson and South Jackson is incredible. We just got to make sure we get everybody on the same page and we do it step by step, and maybe the expansion of the CCID is part of that process. But we've got some priorities that need to be looked at. Everybody, the state, the city, the House delegation, the Senate delegation, to look at together to make sure we get all on the same page to come up with not just a one tiny recommendation of the expansion of the CCID, but an overall strategic plan long-term for the entire part of West and South Jackson.
I completely understand.
Thank you, lady.
I represent West and South Jackson, and I'm a resident that grew up in West and South Jackson, so I understand the potential, but I also agree with my colleagues that have stated before, this in front of us now does not help us reach that goal.
Yes, ma'am.
Gentleman from Marshall, Mr. Faulkner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chairman Yield?
Yes, sir.
I think you've answered this question already, but just for clarity, tell me again, why was the decision made to go north with this expansion?
I mentioned one of the considerations, gentlemen, the statistics. If there's anything else involved, I'll be happy to get that to you.
So you talk about the crime stats?
Yes, sir.
So it has been determined that crime in North Jackson is worse than South and West Jackson?
I don't know if that's the total number of claims, but I know that was part of the consideration.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Banks.
Gentlemen, good morning. If you yield for me, please.
Good morning. Always to my good friend.
Thank you. We've served together quite some time. In looking where we are today, right now at conference weekend, or I should say Monday after conference weekend, I'm looking at this bill, and I can tell you, sir, as we discussed briefly, I had a bill similar to expand Capital Complex Improvement District.
I'm sorry, gentlemen. To which district?
Sir?
You wanted to expand CCID to which district?
For the district that I represent in, but the district I represent in would include the Jackson Zoo and Hawkinsville Airport.
Okay.
And as my good colleague here from Washington County has stated, most things that we see in the city of Jackson, we have this invisible line, and we hate to, of course, play the race card, but most planes, airplanes, private planes that come into Hawkinsville are not owned by people of color. They're not. And that area, if we'd be glad to show you one day, would tie into Jackson Medical Mall. The residential area in that area would be probably 800 residences or less, which is not a high crime area. Kenneth Stokes lives in that area. Other people I know live in that area. It's not a high crime area, but we want additional protection for the Jackson Zoo, which is a tourist destination for all the little children coming in to see the animals and the giraffes and whatever else is there. And then, of course, people are flying in on private charter planes. So that's what we want to talk about. And I hope next year, I know it may be too late now, we need to come with a comprehensive plan for all of the Jackson delegates. I know some areas may not want this, but do you understand where we're going with this discussion?
Gentlemen, I understand completely where you're coming from, and we're thinking strategically about the same goals.
Yes.
I was thinking about the zoo. I was thinking about Jackson State University, and I was thinking about Hawkinsville being the anchors of a redevelopment zone, some type of RDA that really doesn't require state involvement. But there's a lot of things that we can do to assist the city and try to make that happen.
Well, gentlemen, my other colleague here, Hines County, Mr. Crudup, mentioned about West Jackson. Well, Jackson State also has a communication center over on Raymond Road. It's called the E Center, and that is a very important part of Jackson State in as far as their meteorology programs and so forth. So there are other structures that we want to use as anchors, as cornerstone to redevelop and rebuild certain neighborhoods and areas of the city of Jackson. We know it's not going to be a big explosion, but we can start and we can have a plan, and we need your help on that. We need the legislature's help on that.
Gentlemen, we can start, and we do need a plan. And another component of that plan would be the tax forfeited properties that we have in the city.
Yes, sir.
Somehow we can make that process a little bit more efficient and time consuming in terms of repair or demolition, and come up with pocket parks for the children to play in. But there's, again, you're right, we need to come up with a strategic plan with all of us. All of us.
Well, let's work
all of us, black, white, female, male, city, county, and the state, gentlemen, like you said, on the same page.
Yes.
That process needs to begin immediately.
Thank you. This is the capital city of Mississippi. Let's work on it. Thank you, sir, for listening. Okay. Thank you, John.
Lady from Hines, Ms. Yates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
You may remember very early in the session, I authored this bill and presented this bill, and we tried to get it passed very early on with a reverse repealer because there were several people from the Jackson delegation that said that they wanted to add various areas into the CCID. Do you remember that?
Generally speaking, yes.
Okay. And while we were doing that, and while I was offering the amendment for the reverse repealer, some of those same members then attempted to kill the bill by having it sent to the heel of the calendar. Do you remember that?
I don't remember that specifically, lady.
Okay, well, I do, and I think that several of the members in this chamber also remember that. So this is the bill that we're left with now at this point. These are the boundaries that we have, and this is what we have after the members that are saying that they wanted to work on a compromise tried to kill the bill. So this is the bill we have, and this is what we're voting on right now, that we were able to work on a compromise with the Senate. Is that correct?
That is correct, lady.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Quick question. When does this go into effect?
July of 2025.
Okay, so we're going into effect of July of 2025. Is there an appropriations piece tied into this bill?
Not today, gentlemen, no.
Okay, so ultimately we're going to expand the boundaries and wait until 2025. Now, we've heard from several members of this body from the Hines County delegation. And since I've been here, anytime issues are affecting a certain community, we always respect those members. And so why is it that we cannot have the boundaries expanded if it's not an appropriations piece concerned, nor is if it's not going into effect immediately? Because if we're going to wait until next year and get boundaries expanded, it may be 2026 before everything is done. So why can't we address that now?
Well, gentlemen, there is the possibility if we do expand it next year that we could have the appropriation at the same time. But this year, it's just, you got to remember the CCID was expanded last year, and the commissioner is trying to keep up with the expansion that we did last year. So hopefully if he's able to, get the logistics and the resources in place, if it is expanded next year, you may have the appropriation at the same time. So you may not have to wait a year later like we did this time.
So in expanding the boundaries right now, will Capitol Police be patrolling these additional areas? Well, 2025.
Yeah, beginning in July of 2025?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, but he said
All right. I believe Mr. Bell, a gentleman from Hines, has requested to speak on the report. Lady from Hines, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. Speaker.
You're recognized for a
Will the
question.
gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Gentlemen, the area that that the district will be expanded to, what members live in the expanded area?
Oh, I have no clue, lady.
Okay. Well, I would ascertain that the person that authored the bill probably lives in the area and wants the boundaries to be expanded to include her specific area and perhaps another person that's in the leadership. Or the district that they represent.
I don't have any clue, lady.
I just find it interesting that there are some members who live in the city of Jackson-Hines County can get something included in a CCID bill, but there are other members who live in the city of Jackson and Hines County that put in a request to get added to the CCID bill, but those requests are not honored.
Lady, if my memory serves me correct from last year, and I think I'm right about this, I think some of your other colleagues had requests last year, and the CCID was expanded to include their requests.
But not this year.
Last year. Not this
last year. But we're in the 2024 session.
I understand, but I want to make sure we have the whole picture of who makes the requests and where those boundaries go. So last year, if I remember correctly, and I think my memory is correct, some of your other colleagues requested that the CCID be expanded to cover part of their districts, and that was passed.
Anybody who has driven through or live in the city of Jackson can clearly see that in the area where these lines will be expanded, that area has most of your retail, has a higher income level, has a lot of economic development that perhaps may be happening in that area. Whereas on the other side of town where I live and where I represent and many others represent, we don't have that.
I understand, lady. I'm just saying that there were other requests made last year from other colleagues, and those requests were accepted, and the CCID was expanded to include those requests.
Okay, that's great. I'm happy to hear that happened last year. and we're talking about changes that need to be made
This
year going ahead into 2025.
I understand, lady.
Okay. And the last thing that I'll say is this, is that, you know, the process is the process. And at all times, we have to use different tactics to try to get something into a piece of legislation that would be beneficial for our districts or for the people that we represent. Would you agree with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Crudup, for what purpose? Sir?
I'd speak one more time on the bill.
You've already spoke on the bill, hadn't you, gentlemen? We're going to recognize the gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell, to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this has been a difficult 15, 20 minutes of listening to back and forth about what's good for the city of Jackson and the CCID. Back in 2015, when I was running for this seat, I ran on the concept of capital improvement district. It's no different than what they have in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Austin, Texas, and I think Kansas. The whole concept of the CCID was to provide extra funds to the city of Jackson, whereas they do not collect taxes. They don't collect taxes on government properties. Hence, our tax rolls were low. The CCID was created to provide extra funds to the city of Jackson, to where property owned by the state that is not paying taxes provides security for the government buildings and provides an opportunity for economic development inside the CCID. Now, today I heard several of my colleagues say they wanted the CCID in their areas. That's fine. I only wanted to be downtown. And we've had several opportunities to help the city of Jackson in this session. Whereas we had a development coming on the Pearl River where many of you petitioned leadership not to let the bill come out, which would have had a great economic effect on the city of Jackson. Now, we always come up here and ask for help for the city of Jackson, whereas our public schools, the gentleman mentioned the dilapidated buildings for our schools. JPS is in the process of closing those schools. If you want to help us in our schools that we have to close, Mr. Chairman, please provide an appropriation for that. Now, everybody knows in this building, whether it's in the governor's office or the lieutenant governor's office, we have issues when it comes to the city of Jackson. It's time to get over that. It's time to get over that. And I'm going to put you to the test, because I'm tired of folks running over the city of Jackson like we ain't. I'm tired of it. The small asks that we have from year to year, crumbs, and been denied. Crumbs. But everybody else goes to their community and talks bad about the city of Jackson, but each and every one of you in this building have an opportunity to help the city of Jackson. I'm tired of this. If we're going to be better and be about helping folks, y'all say y'all love the city of Jackson, you love coming down here, I'm going to put all y'all to the test. I know the session's over with, but I'm going to put you to the test. The next 3 years, I'm going to put you to the test.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Crudup.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, again, like I said, when I came up here, I said, I'm not angry with anyone. Last year, you remember on House Bill 1020, I made a statement. I told some folks, I said, listen, if you want to deal with some of these issues, come take a ride with me, come take a tour. And I can honestly say, there are some of the leadership that has taken a tour with me, and I appreciate them. I appreciate them taking a tour with me. I'm still waiting on the governor to come take a tour with me, but some of the leadership here has taken a tour with me to see how we can help with some of these areas. All I'm saying is, let's quit trying to kick the can down the road and saying, well, we're going to do it next year. You know, last year, I was told when we tried to take it down to McDowell Road, I'll be honest, because I was trying to look out for a development that's down there with UPS. UPS is having a lot of problems. Tried to take it to McDowell Road, and I was told quickly, well, there was too many rooftops. We couldn't police it because too many rooftops. I said, okay, I can take that. This year I said, well, let's take it, no rooftops, let's take it west to deal with a lot of economic development with some of the commercial properties. Well, we're going to do that next year. So all I'm saying is, let's quit kicking the can down the road. We can do some of these things I see over and over again. We could recommit bills for further, stuff and get it done. Why can't we do that now? That's all we asking for. Let's go and do it now. If we got a personal issue with somebody, take it up with that person. Don't try to hurt the entire delegation, the whole body, or the whole city because you got an issue with the mayor or somebody else. I love this city. A lot of us love this city. And I want to see it develop, and I want to see it healthy, and I want to see it whole. So let's work together on that. Thank you.
Recognize the chairman to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, over half of my adult life has been in the city of Jackson. Yes, the city of Jackson has issues. Every city in this state has issues. Every county in this state has issues. And I hope we can realize and come to the conclusion that the expansion of the CCID, even though it may be part of the solution, it's a small part. Like the gentleman from Hines said, let's work together. Let's come up with not just whether or not we agree with the expansion of the CCID, but a comprehensive strategic plan for West Jackson and South Jackson, involving the airport, involving the university, involving the zoo. Let's not lose sight of the big picture. If we can get on the same page with the big picture, we can get on the same page with the small picture and the small issues involving the expansion of CCID. I'm telling each and every one of you this morning, you have my commitment to do that. Give me some specific requests. Give me some specific bills. Will I agree with them? Maybe, maybe not. I will definitely, unequivocally, tell you right now that I will look at them and consider each one, standing alone. Hopefully some of those we can work together, pass them, and make the city of Jackson better, not just for the citizens of Jackson, but everybody. We all want people to come to Jackson and say, hey, I'm impressed. That's a great city. That's the capital city of Mississippi. I want to come back. But the expansion of the CCID is not going to solve all of those issues. It may solve some of them, and that's a small part of the puzzle, and we can kind of put that into place maybe. But we need a strategic plan. We need to work with the Jackson delegation and everybody else to come up with that comprehensive long-term strategic plan, and you have my commitment to do that. Thank you.
All right, the question occurs on the adoption of conference report on House Bill 1487. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 84 yeas, 28 nays, the report is adopted. Anything further from any chairman of the on the general calendar in conference before we break for lunch? All right. Gentleman from Covington, Mr. Sanford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We go to item 37, House Bill 1406. Hold it on a motion to reconsider.
Thank you, gentlemen. We will do that. Item 37, House Bill 1406. Gentleman's holding it on a motion to reconsider. Anything further? 130. Clerk's office has announcements. Y'all listen up.
Rules will meet after recess today in the rules room.
I'd like to remind you that general bill conference reports need to be filed by 8 p.m. tonight. 8 p.m. tonight for general bill conference reports. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Pike, Mr. Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a request and an announcement. But House, I'd like to ask unanimous consent on item 8, House Bill 438, to change my vote from nay to present.
From no to present.
That's correct.
Is there objection? Change the gentleman's vote. All right, I don't see anyone else seeking recognition. I recognize the gentleman for the motion to recess to 1:30.
I move that the House stand in recess until 1:30 p.m.
Hold on, gentlemen, before we put the motion. Gentleman from Pike has further request.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Also, the Democratic caucus will meet immediately after recess in the Ways and Means room.
Thank you, gentlemen. Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Hullum.
Unanimous consent to change my vote on item number 8 from yes to present.
Is there objection? Change his vote. Gentleman from Bolivar, Mr. Sanders.
Mr. Speaker, if you will, and all the body, they help me recognize one of our distinguished former colleagues, Mr. Rufus Strutter.
Welcome, gentlemen. Good to have you here, gentlemen. Good to see you. You're looking good. All right, I recognize the gentleman from Rankin for the motion.
But I move that the House stand in recess until 1:30 p.m.
Gentleman's motion is the House stand in recess until 1:30 p.m. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. House stand in recess till 1:30. Chairman of Appropriations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, let's go on in-conference appropriations. Item number 2, Senate Bill 3088, recognize the, 3058, excuse me, and recognize the gentleman from Montgomery, Chairman of Appropriations, to explain the conference report.
Gentleman from Montgomery, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is the conference report on Senate Bill 3058. This is the reappropriation of ARPA funds that have been previously appropriated, obligated, or we anticipate to be obligated by the deadline date of December 31st of this year, but they've not yet been expended. Most of these funds will be expended on a reimbursement basis, and the projects are currently in process, and the total reappropriation is $1,376,909,026. And that's an explanation, Mr. Speaker. I yield for any questions.
Questions on the report?
Move
Gentleman
adoption.
from Hines, Mr. Bell.
How much money did you say? I'm sorry, General, you yield?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. How much did you say was in this bill?
The total reappropriation is $1,376,909,000, $909,026.
Which agencies do we plan to appropriate this money to?
Certainly. These will go to the Office of Workforce Development, Department of Environmental Quality, Department of Finance Administration, Section 4, again to the Department of Finance Administration for Independent Colleges and Universities, Department of Finance Administration for Bureau of Buildings, Department of Health for the Mississippi Hospital Sustainability Program, State Department of Health for the purpose of operational expenditures in response to COVID-19, the State Department of Health for COVID-19 Hospital Expanded Capacity Program, Department of Health for COVID-19 Mississippi Local Provider Innovation Grant Program, State Department of Health for the ARPA Rural Water Association Infrastructure Grant Program.
Okay, stop right there for a second. How much are you giving to that rural water?
This appropriation is for $352,719,368. Now that's not all we gave them, but that's all.
Hold on, I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
That's not all that they were awarded in the program or initially appropriated, but that is what is remaining out of the program that has been previously obligated, and we expect what part of that hasn't been obligated will be by December of this year, which is the deadline for our obligation.
All right, thank you, General.
Most welcome.
Gentleman from Tallahatchie, Mr. Rosebud.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Of those funds for that rural water program, are the small towns that didn't receive funding, will they be guaranteed to receive some funding during this allocation of those funds going back to industry departments such as DEQ and rural water?
These funds are currently, this has nothing to do with what we just previously, or yesterday or the day before, added additional funding to that program. These are applications that have been submitted to the Department of Health. They've been run through their vetting process, their scoring process, and have been awarded. So if they had not been awarded in this process, then there's nothing new or no new awards being obligated.
All right, so the small areas that have not received funding should be able to receive some funding with this appropriation.
No, this is a reappropriation of funds that have already been approved, obligated, but not fulfilled.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Move adoption.
He moves adoption. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 119 yeas, 0 nays, the report is adopted. Anything further, Mr. Chairman?
Ask for immediate release.
Gentleman requests immediate release. Is there objection? Hearing none, we will follow that procedure. Mr. Chairman.
Appropriation yields the floor.
Thank you. Gentleman from Covington, did you have an item? You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move that we reconsider Senate Bill 2144, the vote by which it passed for the purpose of recommitting it.
All right, gentleman's motion is to reconsider the vote by which
Senate Bill 2144.
The report we adopted, the conference report we adopted on final pass. Senate Bill 2144. He wishes to reconsider the vote by which it achieved final passage. If you favor the gentleman's motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. It's back before us, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We ask that this conference report be recommitted for purposes of amendment.
All right, the gentleman's motion is to recommit the conference report for purposes of further work. If you favor the gentleman's motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, gentlemen. Any chairman have any other report they wish to take up at this time? Chairman Judge.
Find it on the calendar, Mr. Speaker. Can't find it. Yeah, 1315 is what I'm looking for. I got it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item number 32, House Bill 1315. I'd like to call it up.
You're recognized to explain the report, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've got an amendment that I'm going to request the body to have unanimous consent to change on line 89 by deleting the word July and inserting the word August. And what this amendment does is it's going to require an audit by AOC on my kids, and it would only give them 30 days to do it, so we want to give them more time than 30 days, and it was just a typo. And that's an explanation of the amendment. Of the unanimous consent amendment. And that will keep us from having to recommit it.
Gentlemen, we can't amend a conference report. You're asking for unanimous consent to change a clerical error from July to August? Is that what I'm understanding?
That would be right, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman's asking for unanimous consent to change the month of the year. It's due. Is there objection? A lot of heartburn, but no objection, sounds like.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is a bill that we have brought through to this chamber earlier, and it has to do with my kids. I know a lot of you may have received some emails from some county court judges about this. What we ended up doing on this is we're not going to do anything to my kids this year, but we're requiring them to provide an audit to the Judicial Committee of the House and the Senate. We're also going to allow them to make recommendations on a new system and make recommendations on how they can fix the old system. We're also going to insert a clause in there with regard to the public procurement of a new system for my kids that would not go into effect till after the next legislative season or session. And what this does is we're going to give AOC an opportunity to provide us with some improvements to the system and to correct deficiencies. We're going to allow them to provide some recommendations on a new system for my kids. We're going to go ahead and do the public procurement part of it for after that. And we have a repealer on the code section. That way we can ensure in 2 years that something's done. So either we're going to have to fix it or keep it. And we're going to keep this issue alive between now and then. Also, we had some language in there with regard to AOC with circuit and chancery court districts regarding hiring of support staff. And what this does is allow AOC to have a recommendation from your circuit or your chancery court district with regard to that individual. And it just gives AOC a little oversight, and none of the judges have anything, but sometimes you have multiple judges in one district, and there may not be unanimous consent among those judges. And so what we're doing is making them make a recommendation to AOC on who that person would be. We're also going to increase the support staff salary. Currently it's at 100. We're going to move that up to 130,000. We're going to have a separate appropriation bill on that. And we also are going to allow some of our judges to attend an out-of-state CLE because they're allotted like a $15,000 office expense. And so they can choose that to go to a CLE out of state. There was concern with the Senate that some individuals may or may not have been taking care of their dockets. So that approval for the out of state CLE will be determined by the Chief Justice after he's reviewed the docket to see if they're working or they're not working. And so that's the reason why we're going to do that, and that's an explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the report? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 120 yeas, 0 nays, the report is adopted. All right, any other chairman have an item they wish to take up? We are going to recess. I think we're almost ready to entertain a rule suspension as it relates to the filing of conference reports and deadlines on revenue and appropriations bills. But I'm on recess subject call to check with the Senate. We were waiting on the final word from them on that part. So we'll recess until, yes, sir. Chairman of Rules wants to do a rules resolution. I recognize him.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item number 4 on the rules calendar, HR 149. I'd like to call that up, please.
You're recognized to explain the resolution.
That is my explanation of the resolution.
Questions on the resolution? I don't see any. If you favor the adoption of House Resolution 149, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Anything further, gentlemen?
I yield.
All right, we will recess until 2:30. Hopefully I have something to report by then. Where did the chairman go? He ran off on me. We'll recognize you right there, gentlemen. We'll recess until 2:30.
I move that the House stand in recess until 2:30 p.m.
Gentleman's motion is the House stand in recess until 2:30. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. House stand in recess until 2:30. Let the House come back to order. I will recognize the Chairman of Rules. I believe he's going to call a Rules meeting. Chairman of Rules, you're recognized.
I would like to call a Rules meeting right now.
Right now.
Rules meeting right now in the Rules room. Don't everybody go at once. All right. I'd entertain a motion, recess subject to call. Gentleman from Tate at the Chairman of Rules desk. I'm sorry, hold on, gentlemen. A gentleman from Tishomingo, Mr. Carpenter. We've got a special guest with us.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to introduce the doctor of the day, Dr. Chat Shermer. He's an emergency room medicine doctor at University of Mississippi Medical Center. Lives here in Jackson. Please make him welcome today.
Welcome, Doc. All right, gentleman from Tate.
Thank you, Mr. And in just to call.
Gentleman's motion is the House stand in recess, subject to call of the chair. If you favor the motion and kept saying aye, opposed no, the ayes have it. We'll be in recess, subject to call, and let the Rules Committee meet.
explanation of that resolution.
That's the commending resolution, gentlemen?
Yes.
All right. Questions on the resolution? I don't see any. If you favor the resolution, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Next item, gentlemen.
Okay, we're going to go to HCR 64, and this is a concurrent resolution to extend the 2024 regular session, and it is suspending the deadline just for revenue and appropriations bills in conference. And we're going to extend it to May the 14th, and that is my explanation.
Questions on the resolution? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the resolution, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 128, 0 nays, resolution passes. Anything further, Mr. Chairman?
I yield.
You asked for immediate release, where we could send this to our friends. You did. Gentlemen, that requested immediate release of these resolutions. Is there objection? Hearing none, we will follow that procedure. All right. Before we take announcements, does any chairman have any report they wish to take up this afternoon? All right. All right. I see no one wishing to take up a report. Announcements by the clerk's office? No announcements. Announcements by the members. Gentleman from Montgomery, Mr. Oliver.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, members of appropriation, I just want to make sure you guys know if you're on one of the conference reports, those will be starting to roll out, and just want to make sure you're available tonight and kind of hang around, or at least let us know where you can be found so that we can maybe get you back up here to sign these reports. Thank you.
Yes, sir. And maybe by way of clarification, with immediate release of that resolution, I believe our friends on the other end of the building will take that resolution up today. And as long as they take it up and pass it, as soon as they do that, then you could go back to filing all those reports that died on the 27th. So that's what the gentleman speaks of, is maybe they could begin once again filing those reports. Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Hullum.
Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the gallery, if we can, please keep our law enforcement community in your thoughts and prayers. We had 3 officers shot yesterday, and right now in North Carolina, Charlotte, North Carolina, we have multiple law enforcement, federal and local, have been shot in an active shooting in the neighborhood. So keep them in your thoughts and prayers, please.
Thank you, gentlemen. Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, if you'll join with our colleague, Representative Rodney Hall, in welcoming his new baby daughter today. Reagan Lee Hall was born this afternoon, 6 pounds, 13 ounces. Y'all send him some well wishes.
Thank you, gentlemen, for that announcement. Gentleman from Adams, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You may be able to answer this question. There's a question about appropriations. There's been word saying that on those reports that
that had been negotiated and worked on, that everything had changed in them, and you need to come back and, I mean, is it any need for all the things we worked on the last 2 or 3 weeks to go back and talk about what the numbers are now? You know, projects and things we were interested in.
I don't know to which specific bills you speak, because.
Okay.
So
all right. I'll check with the chairman of appropriations.
I don't think there's been any major changes in the things that were ironed out. My problem is I don't know many of them had been ironed out till
I got you.
Till just about now. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir. All right. Gentleman from Montgomery, Mr. Oliver.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Adjourn in memory.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, on behalf of myself, a gentleman from Rankin, Representative Powell, a gentleman from Choctaw, Representative Hood, and many of you who may at some point in time travel through Montgomery County, we don't refer to ribeye steaks in Montgomery County. We refer to them as Greenlee steaks. And I'd like to adjourn in memory today of Mr. Larry Joe Greenlee of Kilmichael, Mississippi, owner of Greenlee ShopRite in Kilmichael, Mississippi, who passed away yesterday at his home. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, gentlemen. We will do that. He was a fine Mississippian. All right. I recognize the gentleman from Rankin. I'm sorry. We got more announcements. Breaking news, looks like. Gentleman from Tishomingo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Been working on something this morning. If you have had trouble with the dental insurance in the House of Representatives, Mr. Nelson's going to be over here Wednesday morning at 8 a.m. and 1:13. He will go over a lot of our dentists that we've come to find out it's not taking Aflac Dental. So he'll be here Wednesday morning at 8 a.m. to speak to anybody that wants to talk about the dental insurance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, gentlemen, for that announcement. Many of you may have noticed, if you didn't get your new pen, folks from the Speaker's office were passing them out, so I hope you got yours. If you weren't here when they passed them out, they put them in your drawer of your desk, so that doesn't mean take your neighbor's pen. But those of them that aren't here, they slid it in their drawer. Any further announcement? Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Parliamentary inquiry.
You're recognized.
It appears that the pens shrunk. Is that representation or something?
What are you trying to say, gentlemen?
I'm just saying, why did our pens get smaller rather than being so big, Mr. Speaker?
Some people said that pen. People said that pen looked more the size of the last Democrat pen we had. I don't know.
Oh. Well.
So do you want to rephrase your question?
Well, I was not being partisan. You know, it still take 3 Republicans to make 1 Democrat. That's why we outnumbered.
I'm just saying. We'll just leave it there. Gentleman from Rankin, for the love of God, get us a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House stand in recess until the last conference report has been filed, at which time the Journal will reflect that the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Gentleman's motion is that the House stand adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow with the Journal open for the conference reports to be filed this evening. If you favor that motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The House stand adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.